I can take a nap. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Luca, is your book finished? Did you finish writing the book? Just kidding. Venerable Phil, you ready? Thank you for doing your quizzes, and thank you for doing your homework. I think you're doing pretty well. Maybe we'll learn something and take it home. Okay, we're going to meditate, so get ready. Today we're going to do 3 rounds, right? And then we'll build it up to 5, okay? I think I was in China or someplace. Somebody asked me, they're very busy, you know, they don't know if they have time to meditate. And I said, just start with 5 minutes and add 1 minute every week, okay? So the second week, do 6 minutes. And the third week, do 7 minutes. And then in 1 year, you're doing an hour, right? So you can try that. Just 1 minute a week. Okay, here we go. Yeah, clear your throat. Turn off your phone. And come to the sound in the room. Small sounds. Maybe the sound of the wind outside. It's a pretty windy day. Then come to the heartbeat. Come inside the heart's beating around you. And it's a beautiful sunlit room, meditation space, very comfortable. elegant. Now come to the core of the heart. It's a room within a room within a large space. Much more silent, much more quiet. You can still hear the walls of the heart beating, but it seems far away. Now imagine a single sugar crystal and put your mind inside that tiny crystal. Even more quiet, even more peaceful. Still a nice, spacious, elegant, sunlit place. Now inside the crystal, imagine a vast ocean, huge ocean, dark blue, stretching to the horizon in all directions, very deep. So still inside the sugar crystal, expand your mind to the edges of this earth. Now at the sky, light blue sky, endless sky. Let your mind expand with the sky. Still within the sugar crystal, still within the heart. Now turn off the mind. Stop thinking. If thoughts come up, force them away. Again, stop the mind, but let thoughts flow through without paying attention to them. Don't connect to them. More quiet. Now we'll start the meditation. Bring your teacher to the room. Request one of your teachers to come and sit with you. Now think of one quality of that teacher that you really admire, you really enjoy. Now take a trip to your past life. Any country, any time, any body. doesn't even have to be human body, and try to imagine some good thing you must have done to create this quality in your teacher. Make a nice story, take your time. Then please come back to your teacher. Now we're going to alternate. First, look at them, see this quality, and imagine how it's coming from seeds in your mind. Seeds are opening, 65 per second. Pictures are coming out of this nice quality, and they're floating over to your teacher. They are coming from you. They are not coming from inside the teacher. This is dependent origination. Now look at your same teacher the old way. They have this great quality. Maybe we don't even have it. And it seems to be coming from inside of them. This is self-existent teacher. The fact that they are not real is emptiness. Now we'll come back down, step 2. Come back to the mind and don't fight random thoughts. We're going to go down faster than we came up. Come out a little more, and now engage with those random thoughts in the mind and try to stop them. Come out a little more to the sky, infinite sky, blue sky. The mind feels relaxed and open. Come back to the sea, the deep sea, sky and sea. Come out to the sugar crystal, inside the sugar crystal. Very tiny, deep within the heart. Come out a little more to the core of the heart. The walls of the heart are beating, but it seems far away. Now sit in the heart, and the walls are beating close to you. Now sit in your body and watch the heart beat in your chest. Let's go back up, round 3, pretty fast. Watching the heartbeat. Just to show off our concentration. Don't let go of your concentration. Now inside the heart. Now inside the core of the heart. Now inside a sugar crystal. Inside the core of the heart. Now the mind is vast as an ocean. Add the sky. Turn off the mind. Fight any thoughts. Keep the mind turned off. Let the thoughts come and go. Don't connect with them. Come back to the sweet quality of your teacher. Be happy you created it. And now 3 long exhales. At the end of each exhale, the chest will pause, then push out a little bit more air. Then you can open your eyes. Take a good stretch. Drink something. That's 3 rounds. That's what you're going to do this afternoon. Okay? Any questions about that one? Here's one.
谢谢可惜老师的教授。
不客气。
就是我经常在做冥想的时候，会头部位置会发紧，然后会感到痛，然后我就会尝试让自己把那个意识放到心脏的位置，然后，但是一放松的时候，就是头部还会继续发紧，然后会一个冥想当中大概会有几次这样的现象产生。那请问一下，这个头部发紧是为了什么，并且如何去来缓解这个这个东西？
放到心脏之后就不会放松。就是你放了之后就还会少。Okay, thank you, Geshe, for your teaching. Oftentimes when I do meditation, I feel the tightness in my brain, and it hurts a little bit. Then whenever it happens, I try to bring down my focus in the heart, then it'll be all right. But if I forget, that I lose my awareness of the heart, then the pain in the brain will happen again. So can you help me with this problem?
Yeah. Good. So that's a little bit of extra chi, extra prana. It's a little bit too much extra prana. And it's very common. Many people get it, so don't worry about it. 2 things you can do. When you breathe out, again, push out the extra air. So that when the breath is finished, pause, and then push out a little more air. Because what happens is when we meditate, we tend to breathe in too much. We tend to inhale more than we exhale. And then it builds up in your lungs. And that's not prana, that's tidal air in your lungs, but it's connected to your prana. So if that gets too much, then the prana also gets too much. And then you start to feel nervous, the chest feels tight, and you'll get some headache. And it can stay for many days if you're not careful. So when you exhale, just sometimes during the meditation stop, let the ocean go, let the sky go, and just watch your exhale and push out extra air, and then the prana will go down. So that's one thing you can do. Another famous meditation correction is to purposely bring the whole thing out of your heart down to your navel. So navel, belly button. It doesn't mean in the belly button, okay? It means draw a line from your belly button to your back and just inside your spine, okay? That's what we mean when we say level of the belly button. We don't mean focus here, you will get fat or something. Okay, so just follow the line to the back and meditate. Drop the meditation there because the heart is very, very sensitive chakra. It's the most sensitive chakra. So actually, when you're doing a long retreat, you should avoid meditating too much at the heart and keep it down here. Keep the little room down here. Pretend that it's beating down here. And that will remove a lot of the excess chi. And then you suddenly feel fine, okay? Don't go too low, okay? Not lower than some of the 3-year meditators probably had this experience. If you go too low, you will get constipation, you cannot poo-poo. And that means that you are focusing too far down. So keep it down here, and it'll be fine. But you have to do something. You have to take correction. If you don't, you can hurt yourself for a long time, okay? So it's like your knees. You have to take care of your knees in yoga or in meditation. If you hurt your knees, it will stay for a long time. And if you hurt your prana, your chi, then it can stay for many weeks. So you have to be careful and watch. And if you feel some sign of too much prana, feel tight chest, feel nervous, cannot sleep well, get upset easily, think about people you don't like all the time, then that means too much chi. Then drop the meditation, and you'll be fine. It'll be fine. But take action, right? Do mi chepa, do chepa. It's a meditation mistake not to take action when you need action. Do chepa means take an action. Do something, okay? Don't ignore it, okay? It's like high blood pressure. Meditation, high blood pressure, okay? You have to do something about it, right? Okay, other question. You choose, Joel.
谢谢格西老师。首先有一个请求，就是昨天老师有说龙树大师有教我们的精微身的这个气的理念，我希望在接下来的几天老师有教导。然后我的问题是，我在这个色界的第3层和第2层之间有点混乱。就是之前老师带领我们做的时候，是到色界的第3层的时候，我们的身体和心是分开的了。然后就是我们的心识是在其他的地方，然后我们的身体是放松的。但是这次的这个在色界第3层的时候，老师带领我们做的是让我们的心识进入更深的一个小小的，就是比第2层更深的一个小小的一个房间里边，而且是有阳光的，然后还有很多房间我要去走动，我就不知道我是该放松还是更加专注，我在这里有点混乱，请老师解释一下。然后回来的时候也是就收缩还是放松。
Can you remember all that?
First, I have a request. You mentioned about Nagarjuna's teaching on the inner body. Could you teach us some in the next few days?
Wow. I'll see. Choni Lama, mostly Choni Lama. Yeah.
And then my question is about the 3rd and 4th level of the form ram. So, 2nd and 3rd. Yeah, 3rd and 4th.
They are.
That's what I said.
This time. This year.
第3、第4, 3rd and 4th level of the form ram. So you used to teach us that when we reach 3rd level, our body and the mind are separate, and our mind goes to somewhere else, and our body will be relaxed. But this time you said there are many rooms on the 3rd one, and we go deeper and deeper, and we get tighter and tighter. So I got a little confused, and I wander around in different rooms. So could you clarify?
How about tomorrow? I'll read you the traditional instructions, okay, which are vitarka, vichara. They are technical. I can read you the technical instructions, and you will understand it. For example, feelings are supposed to drop out. Good feeling, bad feeling, body feeling drop out, then mental feeling drop out, then like that. So I'll go through the traditional explanation of those realms. How about tomorrow? It takes a little bit of time, but you can see the foundation from the ancient book, and then you can understand what we're trying to do. Yeah. Okay. Just remind me, because I'm an old man and I forget. Okay. One more.
Thanks for Geshe, thanks for all your teachers. 老师您好，就是您教导的狮子威武冥想，最重要的一点就是整个冥想的过程之中要专注。老师在之前的教授之中有告诉我们，您刚开始冥想的时候学的是感应卡的观呼吸法。那么想请教一下老师，我们在练习狮子威武冥想，是不是每天先要练习观呼吸方法，把它练到比较好的一个水平，然后我们就可以再做狮子威武冥想？就这个基础工作是不是很重要？谢谢老师。
So Geshe, the lion stance meditation you taught, as I understand, the most important point is to keep focus during the whole meditation. And you also mentioned that you used to study from Goenka about breathing meditation as your first meditation training. So is it correct that in order to do this lion stance well, I need to build up the foundation, which means I should practice a lot of Goenka's Vipassana to get a good foundation, and then I can move on to lion stance practice.
Okay. My first long meditation retreat was with Goenka, I think 1973 in India. And we did 10 days with him. And it was amazing. Yeah, I had a great experience. And, then it's 45 years since then. And I learned a lot more. And I think, it's a great foundation to watch your breath. And it comes from Abhidharma. It's called Ukjungup. And it's just a practice to settle your mind down. So I think it's good. You can do it even when you're in your car, or when you get upset with someone, you can count your breath and watch your breath. So I think it's a good start. It's a good start. And usually we start almost every other meditation with watching the breath. Okay. The mind is like a mirror, and whatever you put in front of the mirror will be in the mirror, right? If you put a happy face in front of the mirror will have a happy face inside the mirror. If you make face in the mirror, then the ugly face will be inside the mirror. And your mind is like that. So breath is a neutral thing to put in front of the mirror. The mind is like a mirror. But the mind becomes like the thing in front of the mirror. The mind also becomes like, if you put your face in front of a mirror, in a sense, the face grows in the mirror, right? And your mind is like that. So after you learn breath meditation, you should start putting very important objects, good examples, in front of your mirror. And then the good example will reflect in the mirror, inside the mirror. And then your personality will change. So the more you think about some good thing, special thing, then the more special your mind will become. So as soon as you're strong enough to watch the breath for 10 breaths, it's good to shift to something inspiring to put in front of your mind. And then your mind will reflect it, and your mind will become that quality. Like today I was thinking about one of my teachers is here, and she's very energetic. She has a lot of energy, and I thought, well, let me meditate about that. And then after the meditation, I feel more energy, you see? So yeah, breath is a good way to leave the world, and then you have to put something good in front of your mind, okay? So I'd like to introduce the energetic one. Lama Palma, would you stand up? She's the only person at Diamond Mountain to finish 2 3-year retreats. So she was in deep meditation for, I guess, for 6 years. And she started the 3 Jewels in New York 25 years ago. And before that, she helped somebody run a diamond company. So we were friends for many, many years. And thank you for coming. And thank Catherine Erhorn for bringing her. It was also a 3-year retreat. And Kat helped to build the Jamyang House, which is the big building behind here. Make it beautiful. All right. I think it's a good pee-pee break time. And then we'll start the class. The class is long. The class is difficult. So have a good pee-pee. And then you'll come back fresh, okay? All right, we'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Okay, and here's a then we're going to invite her back in 5 minutes. And I didn't want to embarrass her. She's doing chemo and it's going very well. So it looks pretty good. Okay? All right. I told her we'd pay off her house if she stayed in this world. So we made a deal. I think it's working. All right. Okay, let's go. So I have a very ambitious plan today. I would like to teach you the whole structure of wisdom, okay? I'd like to teach you, and Tony Lama does it in his commentary. And it's very beautiful, it's brilliant, but it's too long to put on your homework. Okay, it's like 54 things or something, you know, because there's a chapter name and then there's a chapter meaning, okay? And so I was thinking how to get it on your homework. I had an inspiration. I translated those three pages where Choni Lama explains the whole structure of the whole book, and we're gonna be doing this for 5 years. And the structure is very important. So you guys are the lucky ones. You're gonna hear it from the beginning, and I won't do the structure again. So I think it's very important. So I had a nice idea. Maybe you don't think so, but I put the whole translation on your homework. Okay? The whole translation is on your homework. But there are blank spots. Understand? So you just fill them in from your notes. Okay? So for this homework, you're allowed to use your notes. And listen carefully. This first question, which is 3 pages long, is not on your quiz. So, 放松, just relax. What do you call in español? Chilito. Relajante. Okay, just relax. It's not on your quiz. Okay, but basically, get the name of the chapter and get the meaning of the chapter. So 27 times 2, right? 54. Now, the other cute thing is, and then on your homework, you just fill in the blank space, okay? Easy. Okay, and I can't explain the whole book in 1 hour, but I can give you the structure. And it's very beautiful. Okay, now, Choni Lama does a very cool thing. He creates a flow of the whole book, okay? So like he starts with chapter 8, and then he'll be jumping around, and he saw a flow through the whole book, and his commentary is unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's like after 2,000 years, somebody wrote how many years? 1,600 years. He saw this flow, and I believe it's correct. Okay? So here we go. Basically, you're going to write 3 things. Chapter number. Next to that, chapter name. Next to that, what's it about? Oftentimes the name tells you. Oftentimes the name doesn't tell you. Okay, here we go. So fasten your seatbelt. If you fall asleep, I'm going to hit you with something. Okay. All right. So the most dangerous kind of misunderstanding, right? Misunderstanding. Like in the kitchen, if you misunderstand the husband, you will yell back. Okay? The most dangerous kind of misunderstanding is focused at me, Michael. So Michael's misunderstanding, most dangerous one, is focused at Michael. And it sees things about Michael that are not there. Like the second husband in the kitchen, okay? So, misunderstanding me and misunderstanding mine. Me and mine, okay? Michael and Michael's. Uta and Uta's. Pao and Pao's. Okay? Misunderstanding those things, okay, is the subject of chapter 18. I said chapter 8. I made a mistake. It starts with chapter 18. And it's about the me and the mine that don't exist. The me and the mine that don't exist, okay? For example, in your meditation, you fight to meditate and thoughts come up and you say, no, we're meditating, don't think about that guy. Okay, yeah, he said something yesterday, forget it. And you fight with your mind, okay? But sometimes your mind listens and sometimes your mind doesn't listen. Because actually, you cannot control your mind. Your mind is like the husband in the kitchen, okay? If you were nice to other people last week, the mind will be quiet during meditation. If you were not nice to people last week, I don't care what kind of meditation cushion you buy. I don't care how you put your feet, left foot first, right foot first. If you hold this finger, you hold this finger. It doesn't matter. It won't work. Because your meditation is seeds coming out of your mind. Okay? It's not you. It's just seeds coming out of your mind. Okay? That's me and my meditation. Okay? So that's the subject of chapter 18. The name of chapter 18 is, what's the first word? An examination, pariksha, an examination of the person and things. The person and things. Okay? Every chapter is an examination. 27 different proofs of emptiness, minimum. Okay? 27 different proofs of emptiness. Let's take Peter Myrtle's left ear. Let's do an examination of Peter Myrtle's left ear. Okay? Like that could also be at chapter 28. Okay? So each time we're going to pick something. Okay? I don't know. But it's going to be an examination. Okay? How does it exist? How can it work? And the answer is it cannot. Okay? Here we go. Second part. The next chapter he lists is chapter 2 and chapter 8. He puts them together. Chapter 2 and chapter 8. And he says, if you prove there's no person to somebody, then they're going to think 2 things. Well, and we had these in Kamala Shila. we had these in Kamalashila. Well, if there's no person, who makes karma, in 2018 and gets it back in 2019? Who's there? If there's no person, well, who does the karma and who gets it back? Where's the connection? If there's no person, okay? So chapter 2 and chapter 8 are a reaction to chapter 18, okay? And they ask another question. Well, Geshe, if there's no Dennis, if Dennis doesn't exist, then who goes to the next life? Okay? Who goes to the next life? Who is it that goes to the next life? Okay? Those are two questions that come up. If there's no person, which we learned in chapter 18, then two questions come up. Well, whose connection between doing the karma and getting back the karma? And who's the person connection between this life and next life? If there's no person, then who is it? What is it? Okay? Chapter 8, okay, I think is the answer to the good and bad karma question, okay? And it's called, what's the first word? An examination of doers and what they do. Doers and what they do. People who do things and the things they do. Doer, and what they do, okay? Karma and result of karma, right? Chapter 2, and I think it must connect to past life, next life and this life, is called, what's the first word? An examination of coming and going. Actually, it's going and coming, okay? An examination of going and coming, okay? Is it possible to go? Is it possible to come? Is it possible to do anything? Okay, the answer is no. Okay, no, okay. All right. One kind of doing things, all right, so it's taking off a little bit from chapter 8. One kind of doing things is perception. You see colors, you see shapes, you hear sounds, you taste coffee, okay? That's one kind of doing things, okay? And that's chapter 9, okay? And this is a really cool question, okay? Ready? Or are you underwater? Not yet. Okay. Chapter 9, an examination of whether things are there before you perceive them. Very cool question. An examination, chapter 9, of whether things are there or not before you see them. Okay? Did you come in the room and Kat was here already? Or did you come in the room and create Kat? Which one? Okay? That's a cool chapter. I'm looking forward to these chapters. Okay? All right. Now, somebody else said, when I come in the room and I see Kat really exists, and my mind really exists, and they affect each other. She was here before I came in. I walked in, I looked over there, she's there. Happy to have you guys here today. Thank you for coming. And then there's some kind of interaction between Lama Pelma and Kat and my eyes. There's some kind of touching going on, right? And the other guy says, it's like a match and wood. It's like a match and some firewood, okay? The match caused the fire, okay? The match, you light the match, you touch the wood, it has to touch, and then there'll be a fire, okay? He tries to tell Nagarjuna, look, Kat is like the wood, your mind is like the match. Then the match touches the cat, and then you have cat, you see cat. The mind, the eye touches cat, okay? It's just like match and wood, okay? He uses an example which is wrong, okay? But we should examine it. Who said that? That's nice. That's cool. We should examine this guy's idea. Does the match have to touch the wood? Okay, so the chapter is called An Examination of Fire and Firewood. An examination of fire and firewood. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. An examination of fire and firewood. And that's not our example, it's his example, and it's wrong, somehow. Okay, we don't know why. Okay. Somehow, that example gets us into the question of whether there is a beginning or an ending to things. And this is one of the famous questions asked to the Buddha, which he refused to answer. You know, was there a beginning? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? You know, and which will be last, a chicken or an egg? You see? And Buddha's like, you know, like, don't ask me this. Any answer I give you, you're going to misunderstand. So I refuse to answer. 14 unanswered questions of Buddha. Okay, so chapter 11. I'm guessing, I don't know for sure, because I'm also learning this book as we go. I'm guessing that if Kat was here before I got here, then is there any beginning to things? And is there any end to things? Okay, so that's the question. Chapter 11, examine, is there a beginning? And is there an ending? Okay. And he connects it to chapter 12, because these questions about life are really about pain. What causes our pain? What makes us mortal? You know, why do we lose our hair in the middle, but we get extra in the ears? I don't know. Okay, like, what caused this suffering? Okay, so this is chapter 12, also coming from the chapter 10, right? And examination of whether pain was created by ourselves or was it created by something else? Okay, was it created by my husband in the kitchen, or was it created by me? Who created my problems, okay, in life? We all have problems. We all spend time in retreat thinking about our problems. It seems like when you get quiet, you have more time to think about your problems. So did I do this to myself, or are other people hurting me? Which one? Okay, that's chapter 12. Okay, good, cool. Then he goes to the first chapter. Okay, like, where did these problems come from? This is the first chapter, which is called An Examination of, I'm going to change the translation to conditions. I said factors before, but he uses factors again later. So, conditions, causes and conditions, okay? For Nagarjuna and for the Buddha, in this case, conditions means causes. You can think causes. The name is conditions. It just means causes. Usually conditions means a fertilizer, sunlight, water. And cause means a tree, seed, okay? But here it's a general word for all causes. Okay. So, if things are not themselves, how do they start? Okay? We have to examine. Can a thing start from some power of its own? can a thing start some power of its own? Does a seed for a tree? The cat planted a nice fig tree over there. Is it still there? I haven't been there for a while. Halfway there. Did you plant a seed? An actual seed?
Yeah.
Like a pit or something?
I planted the fig tree, but the peach tree next to it started from a pit.
Yeah. So you can go see her peach tree. It's still there? Trees don't last in the desert very well. Then there must be some power in the pit that can create a peach tree. Okay? So do causes, conditions, have some power inside of them. Okay? That's chapter 1. By the way, that's the chapter we're going to spend most of this week on. Okay? And it's very deep. You will be dizzy by the time we finish. You will run home to get away from Nagarjuna. Okay. So basically, it teaches that the power to grow a tree is not inside a seed, and the power to upset you doesn't exist in your husband. It's all coming from you. There's no power in the husband. There's no power in the seed. If the seed makes a peach tree, the seed and the tree are coming from you. Okay? And the seed has no power. Then someone says, wait a minute. You mean seeds are not themselves? Right. Well, then what about all the other stuff that Buddha talked about, especially in the early part of his life? Okay? So, they're not themselves? Why did Buddha talk about them? If they don't have any quality, if they don't have any nature, if they don't do what they do by themselves, if it's all coming from me, well, why did Buddha make a big list of all the things in the world? Well, what was the whole first part of his teaching about Abhidharma? Okay? So, there's 3 chapters there. Okay? Number 5. An examination of the categories. Category means Buddha divided the world into 18 categories. Buddha divided the world into 18 categories. 6 objects, right? Which are visible things, sounds, smells, tastes, touches, and thoughts. Okay? 6 objects, okay? Then there's 6 powers, sense powers that see them. The eye, the ear, the nose, the tongue, the skin, and the mind, okay, mental sense. And then there's 6 awarenesses of what you're seeing, what you're hearing, what you're smelling, what you're tasting, what you're feeling, and what you're thinking. 18 total. 6 objects. 6 objects, 6 powers, and 6 awarenesses. 18, okay? So that's chapter 5. Do these have any power of their own? Okay? Chapter 5. Chapter 3. Examination of the powers of sense. Your eyes, your ears, your nose, your tongue, your body, your mind. Okay? Chapter 6. Sorry, chapter 3. Yeah. And chapter 4. An examination of the heaps. Heaps means body and mind. Okay, in the West, we say body and mind. In Buddhism, we say the 3.5 mental parts, and yeah, means like that. You can call it the 5 parts to a person. 5 parts of a person. Very famous in Buddhism. Sabui kong kong boi sa sa jish kong kong sa. Like that. 5 heaps, okay? 5 parts of a person, okay? All right. By the way, some smart person, I think it's Bengali, is gonna keep track, did we cover all the chapters or not, okay? Like, it took me about an hour to check, does he mention 27 chapters or not, okay? We're trying to get to 27. But it's all over, right? Okay, all right. Then somebody comes along and says, look, things start, things stay for a while, and then things stop, okay? And the cause of that is somebody doing something. Like we started the road project, then all the Singapore and Malaysia and Indonesia people and the Chinese people and some Canadian and American donate, and German donate money, and then we finish the road, okay? So something caused the thing to start, keep the project going, which is Michael Dun, and then somebody finished the project, okay? 3 things: start, going, and finishing, okay? Somebody starts it, okay? Karma and people, okay? And we get emotions, and he mentions desire, okay? He starts with desire. And those also have causes. Something starts them. So don't those have some nature of their own, okay? It's not like I can feel happy and then I'm jealous. Happy cannot cause jealous next moment, okay? So they must have some nature. Those thoughts in my mind must have some nature, okay? They must be coming from their side, okay? Got it? Things that start and stay and go. And emotions like attachment, desire, they must have some nature, okay? To respond to that, we have 3 chapters, okay? Chapter 6, an examination of desire and attachment. An examination of desire and attachment, okay? Do they have some nature of their own, or are they coming from something else, okay? Chapter 7, an examination of how things start and stay and stop. An examination of how things start and stay and stop. Okay? Chapter 7. Yeah. Chapter 7. Then he throws in chapter 13, okay? An examination of factors, and he uses another name for conditions. So I didn't know about chapter 13. I was working on chapter 1, so I called it the chapter, an examination of factors. But then later he used a better word for factors. So now I have to change this chapter to an examination of conditions. Okay. Chapter 1, an examination of conditions. Chapter 13, an examination of factors. They're pretty much the same in Buddhism. Let's find out what happens, okay? Then some people come along and say, people and things must have something inside of them. Geshe, come on. The glass has something inside of it that makes it hard. The glass has something inside of it that makes it hard. There's something inside a glass that makes it hard, okay? Then the Nagarjuna says, why you think that? Why you think there has to be something inside, okay? And they said, well, there's 3 examples we can give, okay? And these are going to be different chapters, okay? So this is a reaction. Nagarjuna is answering 3 wrong ideas, okay? Number 1, how can things touch each other, okay? How can things touch each other? Geshe pushes the clock towards the edge of the table. There must be some contact between Geshe-la's hand and the clock. Must be. It's moving. Is there? No. You have seeds for arm to move, and you have seeds for clock to move, and the moving of the arm doesn't cause the clock to move. Really? Okay? Really? You have to think like that. Why? Then you can make stuff happen. Then you can have anything you want. Then you see? if you understand that, you don't keep trying to push your friends, you see? You just change them here. Okay? Much easier. All right. Stop trying to do something to make something happen. You know, I have this person hurt me, I don't like them. Go to Geshe-la, tell Geshe-la. Maybe Geshe-la will push the person. You know, come on. What school are you? You know? Okay. You take care of it. Here. Okay. Your mind is better to take care of it than Geshe-la. Geshe-la fails sometimes. Your mind always succeeds. All right? All right. So anyway, do things make contact? That is answered in chapter 14. That is answered in chapter 14. An examination of whether things ever touch each other. An examination of whether things ever touch. Okay? Then people say, well, look, you got to have causes and condition to make things happen. Okay? The road didn't just pop there. We did fundraising. Blood, sweat, and tear fundraising. Now I walk on that road, I want to kiss the road. It's a little icky. But I think I might do it anyway. You know, I'm so happy with this road. Michael Dunn's not here. We'll thank him. Oh, he is. Michael Dunn. Let's give him a hand. In 2003, we took 20 people up there, and we cleared rocks to make about 10 meters of road. It took us a week. And anyway, Michael Dunn did it in a few weeks. Okay. So they say, look, Geshe-la, you have to have money to make the road. There must be sponsors, there must be workers, there must be machines, there must be cause of the road, right? So we go to chapter 15, an examination of, I'll give you a choice, okay? You tell me which is correct. Ready? An examination of a nature to things, or an examination of the nature to things? A. Why? In English, A means maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't exist. A supposed nature of things. Like when you say the, it means I believe it. Okay, English is very sensitive, okay? That's how I check a translation. If they say the nature, I throw the book out. It's so cool to get the nature, boom, you know, because there is no nature. You see what I mean? It's a supposed nature, I think, okay? All right, that's chapter 15. Is there a nature in things, okay? Can they do what they do from their own side, okay? Then we applied that question to rebirth, cycle of rebirth, okay? Is there something you do in this life which has a nature of creating next life, okay? And that chapter is chapter 16, and it's called An Examination of Bondage and Liberation. Bondage means you are like in the jail, okay? Bondage in English means you are like in the jail. And then liberation, can you get out, okay? So that's chapter what? 16. And it's talking about what causes rebirth. Okay? Is there a nature to something where it causes rebirth? The answer is? No. In this class, just say no, you're safe. In DCI, what do you have to do? What's the answer to everything? What's that? Okay, in the Nagarjuna class. No. Don't exist. All right. I like the next chapter. I think it's very sexy. Chapter 17. Okay. now that we're on the subject of samsara, cycle of pain, where's the samsara in the kitchen? You yell at the husband. That puts a seed here. And then next week, the kids don't change from their pajamas, okay? And you yell at them. And then next week, husband yell at you, and that's a samsara. A samsara. There are many samsaras, okay? Everything in our life is a samsara, okay? All right. They say there must be some connection between karma and its results. There has to be a connection between karma and its results. There has to be a nature there. There has to be something there, okay? Geshe-la, if it's coming from me, then I will get pizza from everything. And I won't gain any weight when I eat the pizza. You see? Like, who made the connection between karma and consequences? Who made the connection? You know, you lie to people, then people lie to you. Who made the connection? Okay? Yeah, where does it come from? That must be natural. It must be in the universe. It's not me. I'm not God. I didn't make this. I didn't make a rule. If you do good thing, you get a good result. If you do bad thing, you get bad. That, come on. Geshe-la, I was born in the universe. The universe already had this law. Right? Good. Now you learn how to enter. Okay, so it's chapter 17. I think it's extremely important. It sounds really sexy. I can't wait to get to chapter 17. An examination of karma and its consequences. An examination of karma and its results. Okay? Chapter 17. Chapter 19. Very, very cool. I don't know which is more cool. 非常非常 cool. How? An examination of time. Time. Okay, Geshe-la, look, past has a nature, it's gone. Present has a nature, it's here. Future has a nature, it's yet to come. You can't change those. Those have real nature. Those have real time. Is real, you know. Time doesn't get shorter, time doesn't get longer. Time has its own time. I didn't make it, you know. I didn't make an hour, 60 minutes. Okay. Cool? No. Yeah, okay. All right. I think that's very important for, supposedly after you see emptiness directly, you have an experience that lasts about 20 minutes where you see the face of every living being in the universe and love them at the same time. So time has to shrink, like a billion years has to become 20 minutes, you see? And is that possible if time has its own nature? Or is time coming from me, you see? So that guy, when he got to chapter 19, the other guy, all these examinations are because some other guy comes up and says, look, Nagarjuna, okay, karma doesn't have its own nature, but there's no connection, karma and its result. I got it. But time, you know, answer me that one. Doesn't time have its own nature? Doesn't a minute take 60 seconds, Nagarjuna, you know? Isn't it always like that? And Nagarjuna says, no. But it would be interesting to see the proof. Yeah, okay. 27 proofs, I hope. Okay. Then somebody said, if time doesn't come from itself, then what about the time it takes the cause to make the result? Okay? If there's no time, if time is flexible, if time is coming from me, then what about the time it takes from the nursing home to the boyfriend? Okay? What about the time it takes from the nursing home to the boyfriend? Geshe-la, you always say 6 weeks, 8 weeks. Geshe-la is always exaggerating. Sometimes it takes 100 years, okay? Don't tell anybody. Don't tell the DCI people. Okay. But he says, what about the time it takes things to come and take time to disappear? If I make the right seeds, my husband will not refuse to wash the dishes, okay? Yeah, but how long does it take, okay? So we have 2 chapters about that. Number 20, an examination of how causes and conditions come together, like water, fertilizer, sunlight, and seed. Seed is the cause. Those other things are conditions. How do they come together? What makes them come together? Okay. Something in them, right? No, good. Just say no. Do you want a break? No. Do you have to pee-pee? No. Okay, chapter 21. An examination of how things appear and disappear. An examination of how things appear and disappear. Chapter 21. Things, relatives die. New sources of irritation arise in your life. Like that. Okay. So now someone says, look, Nagarjuna, all that's, you're basically proving there's no samsara. There's no circle of pain, no wheel of life. You are proving there's no wheel of life, okay? You seem to be thinking like this. All the stuff you said, you're saying there's no dependence, there's no wheel of life, which means there's no negative emotions, anger, hatred, jealousy, desire, okay? Then they can't, then do they not exist? The cause of the wheel, are they? They don't exist. And how about the people who got out of the wheel? Buddhas. In the wheel of life, the Buddha, like doing what? Pointing to the moon, okay? If there's no wheel of life, well, what about Buddhas who got out? And inside the wheel of life, what about these negative emotions that are pushing the wheel of life? According to you, there's no wheel of life. There's no karma, there's no consequences. Nothing caused anything else. Then how can you have a wheel of life? How can you be in the wheel of life? And how can you be out of the wheel of life? So we have chapter 22 is an examination of Buddhas. This is cool. How can there be a Buddha? Okay, chapter 22. How can there be Buddhas? Okay. Chapter 23. And examinations of all the mistakes you can make in your life that keep you in the wheel. Okay? It's called an examination of mistakes. Biggest mistake? Yeah, you think the husband decided to yell at you. Okay? You think the husband is coming this way. Okay? Biggest, number one mistake. Okay? Then somebody comes up, okay, Nagarjuna, I got it. There's nothing real in the whole world. Nothing is real. Nothing is true. Nothing has any nature of its own, right? Didn't that Nagarjuna? No, well, I mean, that's what Nagarjuna said. Nothing is real. Nothing exists. Nothing is true. And then the guy says, 4 noble truths, 4 Arya truths. Oops. Okay? 4 higher truths. What about those? So they don't exist? Okay, why you say that? You said nothing's true. You said nothing's real. Okay, there's no 4 truths, right? There's no first teaching of the Buddha. Huh? Nagarjuna? Okay, so guess what chapter 24 is called? An examination of the 4 truths. The 4 truths, okay. If nothing's true, if nothing's real, well then Buddha, he should have taken a vacation after he got enlightened. Why teach the 4 truths? Okay, they don't exist. According to you, they don't exist. Okay. And if there's a world like that, where there's nothing real and nothing true and no teaching on the truth, then there's no nirvana. Then there's no nirvana. So we better have a chapter called An Examination of Nirvana, chapter 25. Okay, An Examination of Nirvana. He's covering a lot of stuff. Okay. Then the next one, okay, we're almost done, right? Ben Gom is going to tell you we have 2 chapters to go, I think. Okay. Now here, listen, okay? The Buddha said that if you understand that the husband is coming from you, if you understand, then you have seen the middle way. Then you understand the middle way, okay? If you understand that the husband is coming from you in the kitchen when he's yelling, then you understand the middle way. You are middle way, okay? So, therefore, according to Choni Lama, chapter 26 is called An Examination of the 12 Links of the Cycle of Pain. An examination of the 12 links of the cycle of pain, the wheel of life, an examination of the wheel of life, okay? Choni Lama believes that's a presentation of the middle way. Middle, very cool, very cool. Usually we say the teaching on the wheel of life is lower Hinayana, lower school, right? Nagarjuna says, you understand that wheel, you understand the middle way. Okay, you understand that wheel, you understand the middle way. He equates understanding the wheel to finding the middle way. Okay, cool. So chapter 26 is called An Examination of the 12 Links, okay, of the wheel of life. And if you understand that wheel, okay, listen, all right? Why did Nagarjuna bow down to the Buddha in the first verse? Yeah, because the Buddha taught dependence. But it wasn't ordinary dependence, it was emptiness, jalapeno dependence. Okay, it had the spice. It had the spice of emptiness, okay? So there's 2 ways to teach the wheel of life, okay? One is lower way, blah, 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 blah. One is higher way. This wheel's also empty. Okay? Everything in the wheel, all 12 links is also empty. Everything's empty about the wheel. Nagarjuna bows down to the Buddha because he taught both past life in the lion's dance and the emptiness of the teacher's good quality. Okay? The lion's dance also has both. Okay? Dependence, you go to your past life. Emptiness, you see your teacher's good quality is not coming from them, okay? That's a sweet dependence. That's, what do you call it? Churro, super churro dependence, okay? Okay, what do you call it? Yo chow, ponchik. Why I know donut in every language? Not sure. Okay. All right, so chapter 27, last chapter, is called An Examination of Viewpoints. Viewpoints. How do you view the world? Do you think the husband comes from the husband? Or you think the husband comes from you? Okay, what is your viewpoint? So, if you see that the wheel is empty, you have correct viewpoint. Okay, you have a correct viewpoint. So 27 is examination of viewpoints. You just got a summary of the entire wisdom, which is super cool. Now don't forget, your only job is to fill in the missing names. Sometimes I pick an easy one, sometimes I don't pick an easy one. Okay? All right? Now, I believe that due to your excitement about this subject, you have proved that you deserve a pee-pee break. Okay, so go 15-minute break, okay? And we'll come back. Is that the right time, or did I do it too soon? It's good? Tim has to go, so. Okay, take a break, 15-minute break. You did a good job. Oh, you made it through the whole structure. That's amazing. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Each of the examinations is more or less a reaction to somebody's wrong ideas. So when we say examination, it's kind of assumed that we are examining somebody else's wrong idea about, like, there must be a connection between karma and result. From its own side, there must be connection. Okay, so then we have to do an examination of this question. What's the connection? You see? And then, so every chapter is a response to somebody else's question. And Nagarjuna, debating with Nagarjuna is hopeless, right? Super hopeless. And so every chapter, and some of them are very short, some of them are half a page, but they are very, very compact, and they are very powerful and very, what do you call it? Like a gun, you know, to this guy's thoughts. So Choni Lama said, he pauses here and he says, I want to make one thing clear. The purpose of these examinations and the debate is not to argue with other people, okay? So he said, don't think like that, okay? The purpose of the examination is not to hurt the other school or the other people. It's to improve ourselves, okay? It's to improve ourselves, all right? So each examination, the reason for it, debating this other person, is to improve ourselves. And then he says 3 levels of improvement. This might be on your homework, along with what he's not doing, right? Number 1, if you study these examinations, you plant a seed in yourself to reach liberation, okay? If you study these 27 examinations, you plant a seed inside yourself to reach liberation. Number 2, because the examinations are based on difficult questions, your practice will become more and more strong, because those doubts won't come up in your mind anymore, okay? 27 doubts won't come up in your mind. You kind of shoot them down before they take off. And so your own practice will be stronger and less open to doubts that might hurt your practice, okay? Third thing, the practice itself will become stronger and stronger. You become inspired to work harder and harder, okay? If you study these 27, okay? And it's not just, I think a lot of people, I heard someone told me, you guys are in your head, you're not in your heart, you know? And I thought about it, because usually I like to debate, you know? And I'm like, and I felt like I should debate this. Then I said, you know, you're right. We get to the heart through the head. You know, we get to bodhicitta through, we think it's very important to understand the husband in the kitchen. Then you can love the husband. You see what I mean? But if you don't understand that he's coming from you can't love him anyway. It'll never stay strong, the love will break, okay? When things get hard, the love will break, you see? So it sounds very intellectual. This class sounds kind of philosophical, but you're supposed to use it in the kitchen, okay? You're supposed to take this class to the kitchen. Why we always mentioning husband or wife? Because 90% of husbands and wives need this class. Okay, because it's difficult to be married to someone. It's difficult to have a relationship. Okay, and if you understand where they're coming from, it gets easier. Okay, all right. Next homework question. the second verse of wisdom, which I'm going to go get for you. Let me see. Okay. No. Nasvato na piparato nadvabhyam nyapyabhetu uppana jatu vidyante bhavakva chana ke chana. Things don't come from themselves. Things don't come from something else. Things don't come from both. And things don't come without a cause. Okay? I'll say it again, slower. Results don't come from themselves. Results don't come from something else. Results don't come from both. And results don't come from nothing. Nothing ever starts. Nothing ever starts. Nothing in the universe ever starts because there's nothing to start from. A tree can't grow from a seed. A tree can't grow from the tree. A tree can't grow from both. And a tree can't grow from nothing. Okay? Same thing. So Nagarjuna is starting off on emptiness. This is really the first working verse. And he says, look, all the things that come from other things, they don't. Okay? All the things that come from other things, they don't. Okay? Was the husband just hungry? And that's why he yelled in the kitchen. Was the husband hungry, not hungry, both, or neither? We're trying to discuss why the husband's in a bad mood. You see? Why is the husband in a bad mood? Why is your husband in a bad mood tonight? Well, I got home late. He didn't have dinner. Okay? So did the bad mood come from not enough dinner, too much dinner, both, or no dinner? Like, which one came from? Give me, choose one of these four. This is like diamond deal, right? This is like, you should buy this car, it's old, but it's cheap, or you can buy this car, it's new, but it's expensive. You choose. And then you say, give me a good car that's cheap, and I'll take it. Okay, give me the right car, Don't offer me these two bad choices. Okay, got it? 4 bad choices. All right? And that's the very, very famous first kind of working verse. And we are examining, what's the name of the first chapter? Examination of conditions, right? And we're going to look at causes, basically. We're going to look at causes from the point of view of the result and from the point of view of the cause. Okay? We're going to look at causes from the point of view of what comes from the cause and then what the cause makes. Okay? So right now, we're looking at results. Okay? Actually, we're looking at the results of conditions. Okay? Your husband is upset. When you walk in the kitchen, your husband is upset. I'll give you a choice, okay? He's upset because he didn't have enough dinner. He's upset because he had too much dinner. He's upset because he had both. And he's upset not because of dinner. You see, because there's no dinner. You see, I'll give you 4 choices why he's upset. Which one? Good, yeah, no, nothing. We are in wisdom. Nothing. Okay? All right? So Nagarjuna gives you these 4 choices. These are very, very, very famous, okay? And if you study any kind of Buddhism, China, Tibet, Korea, Japan, doesn't matter. You will see these proofs. And now you know where they come from. Now you know who started it, okay? So it's Nagarjuna, all right? This proof for emptiness, okay? This is a proof for emptiness from the causes side, right? Where did it come from? This is called later, centuries later, it got a nickname called Dorje Sikma, which is what? A sliver of diamond, like, and I like to tell this story. Those of us who've been in the diamond business, right, Pelma? You should see her in the business. Oh my God, we're so lucky she became nun. She like dragon. You know J.C. Penney? It was the biggest store in the United States at that time. Those guys are shaking when she comes in the room. Anyway, one of the big diamond mines is in Africa. And so people know the diamond is the hardest thing in the world. So people used to find a pretty big diamond. And they will come to the guy and say, I found a diamond, how much money you're going to give me? The diamond buyer? And the buyer will take a hammer and go, bark, and the diamond will break. And he just throw it on the floor. He says, it's not diamond, it's just glass, okay? Go back to the mine, try to find another one. Then after the guy leaves, he pick up all the pieces, because it is diamond, okay? Nothing can scratch a diamond in the universe. No other substance can scratch a diamond. But they're very easy to break. They're like glass. If you know where the Marmahata, yeah, that's Seiji's book. If you know the right place to hit it, it will just go duck. So each of those pieces of diamond, after you smash it, is pure diamond. Okay? No part of a diamond is more pure than the other part. It's all 100% pure carbon. Simple, same as plants, same as human skin. It's just a different atomic structure, pure, totally pure. So it doesn't matter. You leave it in one piece or you break it into 1,000 pieces. Each piece is pure diamond and not different from other pieces. Why are we talking about that? Same with emptiness. Why? Yeah, everything in this room has its own emptiness, okay? The light has its own emptiness. The door has its own emptiness. The tip of Dennis's nose has its own emptiness. He's like meditating. Everything has its own emptiness. And they are totally pure, and they are the same, okay? They are just living in a different place, okay? They attach to something, okay? The cup didn't come from factory. The cup didn't come from glass. The cup didn't come from those things. It's the emptiness of the cup. You see? The cup didn't come from any place except from my seeds. That's the emptiness of the cup. So you can say that about everything in this room, okay? And it's all 100% pure emptiness, okay? And they're not different. They're just different things' emptiness. They belong to different things, okay? But it's all the same. It's all like a crystal of diamond. And this is one reason why the Diamond Cutter Sutra is called the diamond, and why it's called Diamond Cutter, okay? And if you want to get Geshe mad, call it the Diamond Sutra, okay? It's the worst translation I've ever seen, I think. But there's competition. So anyway, it's very interesting that Buddha thought this proof, we shall call it the piece of diamond. This is a piece of diamond. He gave this name to this proof. It means Nagarjuna's number one proof. Nagarjuna thinks it's most important. Okay, and we're going to spend some time on it. Okay. We have to spend some time on this proof, all right? It's not as easy as it seems, all right? Okay. And that's one of the reasons why diamond is so important in Buddhism, okay? Tantra is sometimes called diamond way, okay? And when the Buddha teaches Tantra, it's as Vajradhara, holder of the diamond. So these are not just accident, okay? There's a big meaning to that. It's why it keeps coming up. Sanskrit root, Vajra, Vaj, cognate, vegetable, okay? Because in ancient India it was considered to be the most powerful thing, the life force of a vegetable was considered to be high power, very high power. So they gave that name to diamond. Okay, Vajra comes from the same root as vegetable. Okay, because it's considered to be a high power, which is why you should drink your green drink. In between coffee. Okay. Now, what are the two problems we would see if things started from themselves? Okay, so now we have 4 possibilities, right? Things come from themselves, thing comes from something else, thing comes from both, thing comes with no cause, okay? The first one, what's the problem with the first one, okay? Then there are 2 classic answers, okay? Famous answers in Buddhism, okay? There are 2 very famous answers in Buddhism why something cannot come from itself, okay? Number 1, if it came from itself, then it would already be there inside the cause, okay? So a full-grown tree would be inside of a tree seed. Okay, and there are some schools of ancient India who believe that, okay? I forget, Adam, I don't know if you remember, I don't remember, Sankhya, I guess. Sankhya say inside a seed is a full-grown tree, okay? And when the seed opens, you just see what was always there. You see a tree which was always inside the seed. And as a kid, you know, when you're a little kid, you're like, that must be the way it is, you know? Like, forget what you learn later. When you're a kid, you like look at the seed and you think, Mom, there must be a little tree in there, you know? And then when the seed breaks open, this little tree gets out. And so there must have been a tree inside the seed from the beginning, okay? And it's a human feeling that we have. Oh, that somehow the result must be inside the cause, okay? But if that were true, then say Tunmei. This is the first famous reason why not, okay? It's called Tunmei. It would be pointless for the tree to grow. It would be pointless. No reason for the tree to grow. The tree is already there in the seed. So why go through all this trouble? You know, why put water? Why put fertilizer? The seed is already, the tree is already there. So why worry about it, okay? It doesn't need to grow again. It's already complete in the seed. It doesn't need to grow again. Okay, that's the first reason, okay? Then, the second famous reason, okay? If you're going to be very stubborn, which is very common for our nuns, all of them, all the monks are gone, except one. Okay, if you're going to be very stubborn and you say, no, the tree is already in the seed, but, you know, the seed likes to make a tree. You know, no problem. So it makes another tree. What's wrong with that? You know, why do you have a problem with that, Geshe? Okay, then it makes 1 billion trees, and it never stops making trees, okay? If it makes one unnecessary tree, then it can make 1 billion unnecessary trees. Got it? If it has to urge to copy itself, then in theory, there's no limit. It can just, you plant one seed and 20 trees will come out, okay? This is called, what is that called? Hang on. Oops. He has a nice... I saw something this morning. No. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He used a special word this morning. Say Tunmei, Tukmei. Tunmei, Tukmei. That's the 2 problems if something comes from itself. That means it's already in the seed. Number 1, there's no reason for a tree to grow. The tree's already there. Why grow another tree? That's called tunme, okay? There's no reason to grow another tree. If you want to grow another tree when you already have a tree, and if they just grow anytime they want, then tugme. Say tugme. Tugme means it'll just keep making trees all day, okay? Just extra unnecessary trees, okay? If things come from themselves, okay? So actually, this is one of the viewpoints in Buddhism we call something you learned that's cool. Something you learned that's cool. It's not something you were born with, okay? Somebody told you in your religion that inside the seed there's a tree. And when the seed opens, there's a tree pop out. You know, this is just something you learn later in your life. Okay, we call, what do you call? Jati. I wish I had my human dictionary. Anyway, come with your birth. You have it from birth. Okay. Some wrong ideas you pick up. Some wrong ideas you have when you're born. Okay. So tugme. Okay. Now. I'm going to go to tomorrow's homework because we finished today's homework. Or, I have a different idea. I have extra time. I can go home or I can read you the commentary. Okay? And we can just have fun. Okay? You finished your homework. You don't have to write anything. Turn off your mind like level 7. No, level 8. No fighting. Just turn off your mind. I'm just going to read you from the commentary. If I had time, I would rather teach this way. But I'm just trying to make things not 20 years, just 5 years, okay? So I read you the whole part about the chapters, okay? And I'm not going to go through that again. So this is the part where, so we're just going to have some fun for an hour, Tim? No break, right? Okay. You okay for an hour? Okay, I'm just going to go through the commentary, okay? We'll just go straight to the commentary. And this is the way I'm teaching the Lam Rim, but it's very slow, okay? So here we go. Tamje kang rangula talam Kiapatan Tembatang Pawechedu Yinki Shendan Tsopatsankiche Minte. The reason we are studying these examinations is not Tsupatsam. Tsupatsam means just to have arguments with other people. Okay, it's not for that. Chir Min. Tamje Rangula, all of the 27 examinations are meant to be targeted at your heart, at your own heart, okay? We want to tarlam ke. We want to get the path to freedom started in your heart. Then temba, we want to make it strong. And then pelwa, we want it to increase, okay? We want it to increase. And then he quotes Umala Jupa. What's that? Entering the middle way. Who wrote it? Yeah, about 450 years after Nagarjuna, okay? And it's the most famous commentary to Nagarjuna. He wrote 2, actually. But it's called Entering the Middle Way. Okay, what's the middle way here? Wisdom. Yeah, it's a nickname for the book, okay? Then he quotes Chandakirti. Who quotes Chand? Yeah, Choni Lama. Tenjila Chetsu Tsamla Charpe Chir Manze. We are not examining all these different debates. We are not checking 1,000 books because we like to fight. We like to argue. Namdil Chirni Deni Ten. All those books are just to get us to nirvana and Buddhahood. That's the only reason, okay? It's not like we just enjoy arguing, okay? So he uses Lungi Drupche, Adam. Yeah, in Buddhism, you can prove an idea through 2 ways. You can quote a good author, like Chandakirti, or you can prove it with logic. Okay, so what was his assertion? We're not just giving these 27 chapters for argument. There's a reason. We're trying to improve ourselves, okay? Then, did he prove it? Did he prove his point through logic, or he proved his point through scripture? Yeah, he used scripture. He used Chandakirti, okay? That's a typical Buddhist thing. Okay, Nipalasum. Tenjung Rangshin Giton Batemba. Deto Matone Koron. So now I'm going to talk more about it the day after tomorrow. But one of the great things that Choni Lama does is he sees a structure in this wild poem. Okay, if you just look at the poem, if you just try to translate the poem, or you try to read the poem, it's like a psychedelic, what do you call it? Acid trip. It's like this guy must be really, really drunk. He must be really drunk because his mind is just going like everywhere, you know. And Choni Lama imposes a structure. Choni Lama says, he's not drunk, he's not crazy, he has a plan. And I'll show you the plan, okay? And I love these little plans, and Buddhist authors make them they love outlines. If we had time, it would be wonderful to do an outline. If we had time, it would be wonderful to translate this book. Extremely valuable. Okay, if I had any time, if I had 3 weeks, I could do it. Anyway, Nipalasum, Tenjung Rangshin Giton Batemba. I'm going to prove that dependence is empty. Okay, I'm going to prove. Wow, where'd you get that? Nice. I'm going to prove that dependent origination is empty. Okay? Rangshingi tomba. Then, deto matole korwan dok juk chetsu. I'm going to show you that if you understand emptiness, you can escape the wheel of life. And if you don't understand emptiness, you're stuck in the wheel of life. I'm going to prove it to you that that's the difference. Okay? Does it relate to the kitchen? Absolutely, right? If you understand what's going on, you can break the cycle. You just run in the bathroom and yell at yourself in the mirror and say, you're stupid. Okay? Fantong? You rice bucket head. I love that word. We were having dinner with Chinese friends. They brought out a real rice bucket. I said, oh, fantong. Everybody's like, wow. That's one of my 3 Chinese words. Then he's going to show how if you understand emptiness, you can't get wrong ideas. You will never have stupid ideas. Then there's 1,000 kinds of stupid ideas, you know. If your husband calls you stupid in the kitchen, then you should be more nice, you know, in the evening with your husband. Or, you know, oh, there's a roadrunner. Very kind of rare bird. Anyway. If your husband's in a bad mood, you should talk to him. You know, there's things you should say, there's things you shouldn't say. You know, if you know, blah blah blah. Okay, these are called ways to not change your husband. Okay, these don't change your husband. Why? Because they don't work all the time. Okay, if you try something and it doesn't always work, stop doing it, okay? Stop doing it. You got the wrong one, okay? Like talking with your husband in the evening before you go to bed. Never go to bed angry. Then you're never going to sleep. Forget it. Okay? Yeah. Okay, talk. But maybe it works and maybe it doesn't work. It's not a solution, okay? It doesn't change the causes, which are in here. Okay, so he says, once you understand emptiness, you will stop using dumb ways to change your husband. Okay, there's the threat way. I thought you wanted dinner, but I guess not. There's the super threat way. I'm going to have a headache when we go to bed. There's the be nice way. I really would like a hug. I don't like to be called fantong. And none of them work, okay? Because they don't work every time. Okay. What's the example in DCI? Don't work every time. Huh? Lipstick is one. Huh? Yeah, we talk about this airline. I got on Song Airline. It's a new airline. They play songs the whole way loud. I thought, well, that's going to be nice. And then the lady tried to get me to sign an insurance waiver at the door. And I said, why? And she's like, we almost understand how these planes work. Never mind. Okay. Now, proving that dependence has its own emptiness has two parts. We're going to give a proof. And then in Buddhism, the other guy always gets to come back. There's always a, what do you call? Rebuttal. Yeah. He gets, in the Buddhist system, you debate the other guy, you present your own position, and then you give him a chance to criticize your position. And it's very healthy, okay? Then this is the structure of wisdom, okay? From a topic, not from a chapter, okay? Number one, I will teach you the two kinds of emptiness. What are they? Emptiness of people and things, okay? Emptiness of people and things. Then Gepa Shepa, I will give you a big explanation. To teach the emptiness of... Yeah, okay. We're going to examine how cause and effect works, okay? In order to prove that things are empty. We're going to examine how causes create things in order to prove that things are empty. Then we're going to take a look at coming and going, which is chapter 2? Then we're going to take a look at coming and going to prove that the person is empty. Okay, got it? Chapter 1 helps prove that things are empty. Chapter 2 helps prove that people are empty. Chapter 1 talks about how do things grow from other things. And chapter 2 talks about how people can come and go. Okay, got it? All right. Dambalasum Rabje Kishung Shepa. Then Choni Lama always goes through the words of the root text, and I'm not doing that with you, okay? He goes word by word through the poetry, and he explains each word of the poetry, okay? We don't have time to do that. Nye Dungi Lungdan Charwa means, then he connects it to other great writers, other great books, okay? Then Tsen Temba. Then the last thing he's going to do in the first chapter is Tsen Temba. Adam, you got a guess about that? He's going to Temba the Tsen of the chapter. Explain the Tsen, the name, okay? He's going to explain the name of the chapter. Why do they call it the chapter on conditions, right? Why do they call it a chapter? That's the last thing, okay? Got it? I'm putting you guys to sleep, I can see. That's okay. Okay. Now, it's all a big outline, okay? If I ever have time to translate it, you will see. Okay? I'm not whining, I'm just complaining. Results don't grow. Okay? First part. Results don't grow. We're going to look at why results don't grow. That's the verse that we're on today. Things don't come from themselves. Things don't come from something else. They don't come from both. They don't come from neither. Okay? By the way, we'll keep on that tomorrow, so I don't want to tell you all the punchlines today. KJ la Kengirangshin Gakpa. And then we're going to look at causes and see why there's nothing inside of them that can make things grow. Okay? There's nothing inside. You can say self-existent. You can say it comes from its own side. The husband, right, in the kitchen, his anger is self-existent, or it's coming from him, or it came from lack of good dinner, okay? You can say all those things from its own side. But in Buddhism, you can say it's in him. And it means that, okay? The glass has something about it that's hard. Steel has something in it which is hard. And glass, especially Geshe glass, cracked, has something in it which cracked, okay? And you feel like it must be that. Science is based on that. Science says there's little pieces in there. This one has, in the third shell, it has 2 electrons. In the first shell, it has 1 electron. Therefore, it's oxygen. You know, they say it's all inside the thing. And in Buddhism, that's a bad word. It's like saying 4-letter word. But it's just 2-letter word, in. Okay? Don't say in. Okay? Oh, anger is in my husband. Yelling is in my husband. Okay, got it? Not in. Nothing's in. Okay? If you want to be like Nagarjuna, what's Nagarjuna's style? Short. You not say possessive lack of inherent existence. Okay? He says in. There ain't nothing in anything. He said one word. No, really. That's his style. And people like it. People, when you teach these things, don't say, this has an inherent lack or inherent existence and from it, what do you call it? It's not pedagogical. What is it? Epistemological lack of inherent existence. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Nagarjuna wouldn't ever say that. That guy would end up chapter 28. Nagarjuna would criticize him in chapter 28. An examination of long words. Okay. All right, then we're going to discuss results from the viewpoint of Tashi. Tashi means 4 choices. 4 choices. And Shenke means do things come from something else, okay? 4 choices means Dak leke, Shen leke, Nika leke, Gyume leke. What's it mean? Adam, Rang leke, Dak leke. Come from itself, Shen leke, from other, Nika leke, from both, Gyume leke. It can happen without a reason. Okay, those are the 4 choices. One of them is sticky. Yeah, others is sticky. Okay, others is sticky. Isn't a seed other than a tree? Isn't my mental seed other than my husband's yelling? Doesn't he come from something else? Okay, we're going to talk about it tomorroh. Okay, that's the sticky one. That's the problem. Okay. Then he said, we're going to assert, we're going to show why we think nothing can start. We'll talk about why nothing can start, okay? And then secondly, we will use logic to prove it, okay? We will use logic to prove it. Okay. And I put my own notes in here. You don't have them, you guys. It's changed since then, I think. When I have a question, I use John Brady's database. I go get what I want, and I put it in the text. And then later I use it for a footnote or something, okay? And I was trying to remember what's the diamond sliver reasoning, right? It came from Nagarjuna, but what's the full proof, okay? So I thought, if you're not bored enough, I'll give you the full proof, okay? Here's the proof, diamond sliver proof, as it's taught in Buddhism, okay? And this comes from Kedut Demadage, 1493 to 1568. He wrote the textbooks for Sarah, okay, 500 years ago. All right. Gila Chepa Dorje Segme Tensik Shepa Layang. Let's look at the causes of things, which is called the sliver of diamond, the proof of the sliver of diamond, okay? Tak Gopa means, first I will give you the reason, okay? The syllogism, okay? Syllogism means proof. What's the 4 parts of a syllogism, Adam? Number 1. Yeah, take this clock. Number 2. Yeah, it's keeping the time. Number 3. Because that's what it was made to do. It's like a car. Okay? 4 parts to Buddhist logic. Take something you want to talk about, okay? Like tree. Take a tree, okay? Number 2, it doesn't come from a seed. Number 3, why? Because it grows. Okay, something like that. So first he's going to give the reason, the syllogism, logical statement. Then you always give an example at the end. It's like the growth of a fish or something. Okay. Let's take that. So the example in the diamond proof, sliver of diamond proof, the example is Chinangi Ngopo. Say Chinangi Ngopo. Chinangi Ngopo. Things inside of you and things outside of you. Okay? Things inside of Pachi and things outside of Pachi. Okay? Chinangi Ngopo. Let's take it means all the stuff in the world, right? Things that are inside of Pachi and things that are outside. Ngopo nam chen. Dun Dambra Mikete. They don't grow. Ultimately speaking, they never grow. Okay? Ultimately speaking, they never grow. Okay? Got it? Why? They don't grow, ultimately speaking, from themselves. They don't grow, ultimately speaking, from something else. They don't grow from both. And they don't grow from nothing. Okay, got it? You want to go deeper? You want to get lost completely? Bored out of your head? Okay, I think this is on a later homework, but later we'll do something else. As you know, there's 4 schools of Buddhism. First one is ancient Indian Buddhism. By the way, there's 4 schools in Tibet. That's different, right? In Tibet, there's, in historical order, Nyingma, the old guys, Kagyu, the keepers of the word or something. Yeah, Sakya, the ones who come from the place where the dirt is white. Sakya, and then Gelugpa, Tsongkhapa's lineage, okay? So I'm not talking about the 4 schools of Tibet. I'm talking about the 4 schools of India. What are the 4 schools of India? Number 1, Vaibhashika, basically Abhidharma guys. These are the accountants, right? Very dry, very dry. They went to the Buddhist scriptures, they took out the driest part, and they made dry books, okay? So the next school is called Sutra school, because they say, you guys are just accountants, and you brought all this boring stuff, stick with what the Buddha said, it's more interesting. Okay? We don't like your Abhidharma books. These are you just took pieces out of all the sutras. Why don't you just leave the sutra alone? They're called Sutra school. Okay? Sutra school. Next school? Mind only. Okay? Mind only school. Basically, that the things you see around you are just part of your mind. Okay? Basically, a part of foundation consciousness. Okay? And then the highest school? Yeah, well, middle way. The highest of the 4 schools is middle way. Okay? And I'm going to give you a summary of what we're studying in Nick's book, right? Because it comes here. It comes in this class, okay? Ready? This is difficult. Okay, here we go. So the lower middle way school is called Svatantrika, which doesn't mean Tantra. It just means independent. Independent. They're called independent group. I like to call them group. 2 groups inside the middle way school, okay? The middle way school, highest school, has 2 groups. The lower group is called independent, okay? The higher group is called? Oh, all fruits are red. All fruits are red. All fruits are red. Go ahead, Phil. Take a long thing. Take a long thing. Yeah, take a banana. Take bananas. I guess they're red. Okay? That's called prasangika. It's a kind of logic. It's sarcastic logic. The highest middle way school name is Mr. Sarcastic. Okay, all fruits are red? Yeah. Okay, I guess let's go have a red banana. Okay, I guess bananas are red, right? That's called, in logic, it's called aprasangika. Okay, aprasangika. Oh, so I guess your husband's gonna be yelling in the kitchen forever. You know, he started tonight, and 20 years from now, he's still going to be in the kitchen yelling, right? Why you say that? He's not coming from any seeds, and those seeds are not going to wear out. He's just out there yelling on his own. Nothing caused him to yell. He'll yell forever, okay? Right? And then the person say, no, he stops yelling after 2-3 days. Usually he stops yelling, okay? So prasangika means, I guess your husband's going to yell until the day he dies, right? Why? Because he's yelling from his own side. Why do you say that? If he's coming from you, the good news is seeds wear out 65 per second. Sooner or later, even if you don't say anything, the husband has to go to bed. Okay, really, okay? So that's a prasangika. That's a prasangika. Ready? Oh, my husband yelled at me. Why? I didn't do anything. Oh, really? So he's going to yell forever? Did he yell all night? Is he still there in the kitchen yelling? No. Why do you say that? Because he's not coming from you. He's not coming from your seeds in your mind, which wear out. Every time he says a bad word, you wear out like 100 seeds, okay? If he says long bad words, it's better. You use up more seed, right? No, this is Seiji's text, right, Seiji? He says you should, in Seiji's text it says you should think your husband is the Buddha. Why? Because he's helping you use up your bad karma. He's so sweet to yell at you. You know? So anyway, prasangika. Now, why is the independent school called independent? Because that relates to this section, okay? So there's a very famous argument. It's not in this text, okay? We spent a long time on it in Sedona, in the Sedona College. If you don't listen to those classes, you are crazy. In one day, you get all 5 schools of Buddhism. You know, add Lam Rim. You get an hour of deep, and they're online, right? For free. That's the best way to make people not look at them. Anyway, sorry. So we learned that independent school, why are they called independent? Because after Nagarjuna came a guy named Buddha Palita. Well, there's one named Buddha Palita, okay? And he wrote an explanation of Nagarjuna, okay? Then came a guy named Bhava Viveka. And he corrected Buddha Palita. He said, you're wrong. Okay? He said, you're wrong. And one of the things that Baba Viveka said, this Nagarjuna verse is not so cool. This Nagarjuna verse needs explanation. Why? You can say things don't come from themselves. That's okay. And you can say things don't come from both. And you can say things don't come from nothing. But you cannot say things don't come from something else. You can't say that. Nobody can say that. Everything comes from something else. In Nagarjuna's text, the next verse, someone's going to quote the Buddha who said, things come from other things in 4 different ways. Okay? Things come from other things. The next verse in Nagarjuna says, things do come from other things. Therefore, said Baba Viveka, when you get to the 4th choice, things don't come from other things, you better add the word from their own side. You better add the word from their own side. Okay? My opening the door doesn't make my husband angry from its own side. Okay? Got it? You got to add that. Why? Because things do come from other things. Okay? Nagarjuna, you should have said, this happened to me recently. Someone was going to rewrite it, some book. Anyway, you should have said, things don't come from themselves. Things don't come from both. Things don't come from either. And things don't come self-existently from something else. You should have said it that way. Come on. Because everything does grow from causes that are other things. Got it? He said that. Chandrakirti comes along and says, you're a fool. Okay? This is one of Chandrakirti's favorite things, you know. You're a fool. Why you say that? You're talking independent. You're talking independent. What do you mean independent? You ready? You think a person who doesn't get it when you say that things don't grow from other things is gonna get it if you add from their own side. You think some words have an inherent power from their own side. And you think other words don't have an inherent power from something else. You understand? Your deepest belief is that those words from its own side come from their own side. They have independent power. Got it? I'll say it again. If I say things don't grow from something else, intelligent people will understand. Oh, you mean without my seed. Yeah, you mean without my seed, okay? People who get it will get it, okay? Other people, I have to say, look, they don't grow from something else on their own, from their own side, by their very nature, by the definition, okay? I have to add all those words, but listen, if the guy's too stupid to get it in the first place, he's going to misinterpret those words too. And he's going to think they have some independent power. And that's such a bad habit. Let's call their school the independent school. They're just called independent for 3 words, they said, for 1,000 years. Because they wanted to add own side, from own side. Okay. You're independent. Okay, got it? They made a mistake. Their school believes that things come 50% from the object side and 50%, okay? There's data out there, there's colors and shapes, and then my mind organizes it into a thing. They believe that, okay? They think that's the way it is. Okay, got it? Why is that relevant here? What verse are we on? Things don't come from themselves. Things don't come from something else. Did Nagarjuna make a mistake? Should he have said from their own side, from other thing? By themselves, from other thing? You see? No. If you think he should have said that, then you believe words come from themselves. The power of words comes from themselves. You see? Then you believe that. You believe the word from its own side has its own power. And you believe the word come from something else doesn't have its own power. And that makes you crazy. Either things have their own power, everything, or everything doesn't have its own power. But don't go 50-50. That's called lower middle way. Okay, got it? I didn't mean to go there today. I just had too much time. That's the problem of making me write a homework. Because sometimes they go faster and sometimes they go slower. If I can just wander around the book and do whatever I want. Okay. Okay. Then he gives the verse. Dakle mayan shenle men yile mayan gyume men ngobo kanda kana yang gewa namyan yomayan. Things don't come from themselves. Things don't come from something else. Things don't come from both. Things don't come without any cause. Everything that exists never started. Okay. Then here's Choni Lama. He made it into a proof. Okay. Choni Lama made it into a proof. Oh, there's a Sanskrit, by the way. We had a really hard time putting the Sanskrit back together. Many people have tried. We don't have a good manuscript, but it was quoted in other books, so we put it together. You see, pieces. Okay. Take all the things inside a person and outside a person. So, okay, I'm going deeper because we have time. And this is what I would do if we had 20 years, okay? But it's just because today the time is slower than yesterday. Okay, which is impossible if time comes from itself. All right. Nagarjuna says nothing at all comes in these four ways, okay? He uses the word nothing at all, okay? Kvachena kechena in Sanskrit. Kvachana kechana. Nothing at all. Okay, chana kechana. Kvachana means nothing at all. Okay. Then Choni Lama says, why did he say nothing at all? Okay, I didn't put this on the homework. Okay, because I didn't want to make you crazy. Why did he say kvachana kechana? In any way at all. Why did he say that? Because it doesn't matter what object you're talking about. It doesn't matter what time in history you're talking about. And it doesn't matter what school of philosophy you're talking about. Place, time, or school. Kvachana kechana. Doesn't matter. In any case, they don't come from themselves. Nobody thinks that. Okay, got it? If something were to grow from itself, it would be meaningless for it to start again. If the tree was in the seed already, it would be meaningless for the tree to grow from the seed. Okay? And and it would keep having babies for no need. If it has one unnecessary baby, it'll have 100. Okay? Like that. Okay. Let's take sprouts. Sprouts are very popular in Nagarjuna. Why? That's what pops up out of a seed. Okay, so when I say sprout, don't think sandwich. Think seed and something coming up. Okay, like this. Okay, when I say sprout, think of this first. You see the head of the baby? My nephew had a baby 2 days ago. He wrote me email. You know, we're getting email every 10 minutes, you know. She's groaning. She's moaning. And then she's like, we got hair. We got some hair. We got an inch of head. I can see an inch of head, you know, like this, okay, right? So when I say sprout, think inch of head. With, by the way, baby came out fine. So it must be meaningless for the sprout to come up again. Okay, why? Because it exists 100% complete in the seed, at the time of the seed. So, because it is the seed, right? It grew from itself. Therefore, it's meaningless for the head to come out. The kid was already went to college. Got it? Okay. Makyabna, hey, And then somebody says, just because it existed completely at the time of the seed doesn't mean it can't grow again. Okay, makyap, right, Adam? Just because it existed completely at the time of the seed doesn't mean it can't grow again. Aren't you glad I didn't put all this on your homework? Deichichen, kilan kyo tupa mebatao, tupa mebatao. So that must keep giving sprouts every 5 minutes for the rest of eternity, okay? Why? Even though it already exists at the time of the seed, the sprout, right? Because it's not meaningless for it to grow again, okay? It's not meaningless for it to grow again. Got it? If the kid already went to college, why have a baby again? If the baby already went to college, why have the same baby again? See what I mean? If the baby is full grown inside mom, like the tree is full grown inside the seed, then there's no need to have the baby. Baby already grew up, already went to school, okay? Already got married. Why have a baby again? Got it? Okay. Now, we get to the hard one, which is what? Yeah, things don't grow from other things. Things don't grow from other things. Things don't grow from themselves is easy, right? Except when it's your husband yelling. That grows from itself. Okay. Take anything. Shenle namyang yomayente. It doesn't grow from other things. Ever, never. My Lama used to say, ever, never. It never, ever, never grow from other things. What's it mean, ever, never? We had it above. Kvachana kechana. Kvachana kechana. What's that mean? That was 20 minutes ago. In no way at all. No place in the world, no time in history, and no school of philosophy. Okay? No, it doesn't matter. Why? Shenle kena kunle kun kewa gyoecha. If something grew from a, ready? You okay? Yes. If something could grow from an unrelated other, did I add a word? Unrelated. That's the trick. Okay, you ready? If something could grow from an unrelated other, okay, then everything would grow from everything. You could plant apple seed to get banana. Okay, you can plant a sandia, shikwa, and you will get trucks, Toyota trucks. We need, right? Okay. All right, then everything would come from everything. If something can grow from another which is unrelated, okay, unrelated. Oh, Geshe, why you add the word unrelated? They didn't say unrelated. The apple tree is related to apple seed. They are related, you know. It's not just a crazy, there's a relationship. Apple trees come from apple seeds. It's the other thing, but it's related. Same family, relation, right? Who made that? Okay, is that inside the seed somewhere? Oh yes, this is genetic. There's a special small things inside the seed, you know. Okay, not true. Okay, not true. A tree, we're going to come to it later, okay? But it's a Buddhist rule of logic that if two things are related, they have to exist at the same time. Okay, must. Okay, two kinds of relationship possible in Buddhism: possessive or identity. Possession or identity. Only two kinds, you know. Pelma has a big bunch of money. Lama Pelma has a big bunch of money. Then the money and Pelma are connected. They are related. Why? Belong to her now. Okay, she came in with the bandito and left with all the money. Okay, then now there's a connection. Possession. Okay, or Lama Pelma is a nun. This is identity. Okay, there's a connection. Okay, it's part of her identity. There's two kinds of connection possible in Buddhism, but the two things must exist at the same time. The two things must exist at the same time. Okay, right? Otherwise, there's no connection. Can a tree, ready? Can an apple tree be connected to an apple seed? Impossible. Why? They're at different time. When this, okay, we're going to get to it 2 days from now. Okay, they cannot be connected. Seed happened before, tree happened after. When the seed approaches its destruction, the tree approaches its completion. But when they're both complete, they cannot exist at the same moment. Impossible. Okay, not possible. Okay, okay. If they could not exist at the same time, okay? If they could not exist at the same time, and the seed could give a tree, okay, with no connection, right? Then all things could bear all things. All things could come from all things, right? From banana seed you will get Toyota trucks, like that, okay? It's not just some kind of crazy talk, okay? People read Nagarjuna and they say, I don't want to read this. This confused me, you know. I'm already confused with my life. I don't need more confusion. The point is, and then we'll stop, okay? The point is, what you think is happening is impossible, okay? If you think an apple tree can come out of an apple seed, then in one way you're a crazy person, okay? And the whole world, okay, Geshe, if that's true, then the whole world is crazy. And Nagarjuna say, this time Nagarjuna doesn't say no. Nagarjuna say, yeah, you're right. Whole world is crazy, okay? It's possible the whole world is making a mistake, okay? Global warming, you know, because you want to drive a car, it's possible you will destroy this planet, okay? Because you need to drive to the store when it's a 5-minute walk. It's possible you will destroy this planet for the whole future. It's possible the whole world makes mistakes. It's possible, big mistakes, you know, it's possible. So Nagarjuna is saying the husband is not yelling because he decided to yell, okay? It's not coming from that. Where's it coming from? You yelled at the kids last week. Come on, it's more logical, right? It's more logical. You yelled at the kids. There's a justice to the world. You yelled at the kids. You said bad things. You planted a seed for bad things. That seed went into your mind. And a week later, the seed opened. And you opened the kitchen door. And your husband said bad words to you. It's more logical, okay? It's more logical. Seeds don't make trees from themselves. And husbands don't decide to say bad words by themselves. It's not true. It looks like that. Then the whole world is living that way. The whole world is trying to send the husband to therapy. You know, this will fix the husband. Send him to therapy. You know, this will fix the husband. Okay, yeah. You have to fix the husband. Okay, yes.
One question.
Okay.
If my good marriage husband
Yeah.
comes from taking care of an old lady, doesn't that apply that one thing is coming from another thing?
Exactly. She said, if I get a partner by taking care of an old lady, isn't taking care of the old lady something other than the partner? Yeah, it is. It is. But there's a. Okay, now I have to be lower middle way. Okay, I'll be lower middle way. But it means that there's something inside of the nursing home that creates a husband. You see? That there's something there which you did not create. You see, you always have to say which you did not create. Okay? the connection between taking care of old ladies and me getting a partner, the connection between karma and result is natural. It's part of nature. It's part of the universe. I did not create it. I wasn't here then. I wasn't around. I was busy planning to be born a million years later. That wasn't created by me, okay? And that's the mistake. If you go to the nursing home to get a partner and you think you are following a law of karma which you didn't create, it doesn't work as well. It doesn't work as well, okay? If you think the connection between visiting the nursing home and getting a partner itself was not made by you, then the partner comes slower. How's that? It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Even the connection that we accept between seed and result is coming from me. And if you don't think that, you're thinking wrong. Okay? Like that. But that's too deep. Okay? All right. Did you have a question? Okay. You're just waving your arms. Sarachni has a question. Yeah.
You just said, me seeing my husband yelling at me is my problem and nothing about it is my husband.
Yeah, okay, good question. I know the question. So, when somebody does I'll repeat it. When someone does their Geshe degree, they have to defend themselves in both Serje and Serame. And then they have to defend themselves in Serame, first to all the Geshe candidates, and then to all the older Geshes. And it takes 3 weeks. And before that, you have to defend yourself in your own college. So there are 12 colleges at Serame, and you have to defend yourself in your own college. And it's tradition that the next guy to do Geshe questions you first. So the next guy in line to finish his Geshe gives the first question. So Pabonka Rinpoche, number 3, is from our college, because we're the best college in the best monastery. And so he was doing his Geshe just before me. So I have to give him questions. I have to be the first question to Pabonka Rinpoche. You know, I'm like, okay, then that's Sarachni's question, you know. I said, are Buddhas surrounded, is the definition of Buddha, part of the definition, is they are surrounded by 10th level bodhisattvas. Then he said, yes. Then I say, do those people see themselves, are they somewhere else or some other Buddha paradise? Or could it be right here? He says, could be right here, because everything's empty. Then I said, well, so is it possible that I reach Buddhahood and I see everybody around me as 10th level bodhisattva? Because my mind is pure, right? Yes. And is it possible they don't see themselves as 10th level bodhisattva? And he said, yeah, of course. So I said, well, then they must be suffering, right? They're not 10th level bodhisattva. They must be suffering. Right. So does Buddha see everything? Yes. So does Buddha see that they don't see themselves as Buddha? Yes. So does Buddha see them suffering? Yes. If a Buddha sees suffering, then a Buddha has seed in their mind for suffering, right? Like Tsa, you know. Then the debate master said, "Oh Lazo." Then he drops his shawl, and it means you stop. And I'm like, and he's like, we can't embarrass this Rinpoche, you know. Let's leave it, you know. And I'm like, come on, this is something I really want to know. So the Lama who became the head of Gyume Tantra College, we went out on the porch, and we started arguing for 3 hours. this question, okay? And it means, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's stop there. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Aldo? Pergi Geshe Michael Riva Vinchinende Gempadi Sangye Shindomite Huagi Rokunanda Shina Chepasho Idang Guru Radhamanda Andhayatayami Dikewokan Sanam Yeshe Tsotsokshi Sanam Yeshe Lechuwe Tabakuni Topasho Shogi. Tim. Okay. We do have 10 more minutes, and I am going to use it. Okay, I'm sorry. If you want to be popular, let your students out early.